Wednesday, just after 6:30. Market just opened. I just missed it. Based on the Bollingers, I think it would have been a great opportunity to go short since it was at the top. Just wasn't ready. All right. I'm going to trade like 5 accounts at a time. So I'm going to do my PA with like 4 evaluations. See where are we on the daily? So we're way up. Look at that. ATR is only 28 right now. With these big bars, it should be getting a little bit bigger, the ATR, until it settles down. We'll see. I want to see if this level holds. Oh, that's a big bar. Where are we at here? So measuring like that, we've got a measured move. was the first entry, second entry. Just wasn't convincing to me. Was it close outside the Bollinger? Let me see if I measured from here. All right, so it's about a measured move actually, looking at it that way. Just trying to get a feel for what the price action's doing. Basically, it's like a first entry, second entry with a failure right at the midline. We already had basically a measured move. I was still thinking we'd get a retest up here. Higher low. That's a good higher low. Looks like GameStop's making a move this morning. Up over 28 now. And there's a second entry short here, but I was thinking long, like it would fail here. Problem is there's this level right here to go long. And this is coming down. So I guess the short maybe is better. There's a failure. There's just not room to this. How much room was that there? 3 points. It looks like I had the right idea, but this level is scaring me off of the long. Looks like it would have worked for my initial profit target at this point. Yeah, 5 points, 6 points. Oh, look at that. Okay. Some medium news right now. Then there's more news in 15 minutes. All right, so I had the right idea here. Which is why I didn't take the second entry short. Now what's it doing? I've got no idea. I'd expect a retest still of the high. We've already bumped into the top Bollinger. Looks like it's just going to go for it. Right, so here comes this retest. Expect at least to retest a new high or matching high and then see what it does from there. I'm just going to draw this just in case it starts to get stuck in this level. The fact that this came up a little bit short makes me think we might stay in here for a little while before it finally touches it. ATR is up to 40 now. So there's some big chop so far. In hindsight, this would have been a nice long here and the higher low. It just wasn't clear what was happening yet. See if it can make that new high here. All right, there it is. So now what'll happen? Will this fail and come back? Or is this thing just going to take off and keep going? Got plenty of room to up here still. All right, there's going to be news in just over 5 minutes from now. ISM services PI. Maybe I'll just take an account and see if I can play the news. I don't know that I really want to do that though. I'd rather just scalp normal and trade more accounts. See what it looks like. Just in case I decide to switch accounts. Yeah. Minutes till the news. I'm setting up a second entry long potentially. Right into it, right at the top here. I would expect it to get to the lower Bollinger. That's coming up. And maybe it was kind of like a failed breakout, but maybe that's now the top of the range, if it stays range. So I wouldn't be looking for a long here. So it'd be going right back into the open, going along. So it's triggered now. Oops. What happened? Oh, I'm frozen. It's frozen. That was really weird. Something got messed up here, because here I got entered in again or something, but I made 124. That was really weird. Somehow it looks like I got entered in the other direction too or something. I don't know. My play was a short. It's pretty dangerous playing that news like that. Hey, I got a trade after 4 days. That was ridiculous. Finally have a trade. All right. So did what I was expecting. Basically played it as a failure with the room to the bottom of this. And then some weirdness. But all right, let's change the copier, or let's change the account back to my PA account as the leader. All right, so I'll be trading the PA in 4 evals if I get another trade. Pretty sure if I tried to like pass that one trade with max contracts, even though it should have and would have worked for the amount it moved, pretty sure I would have probably blown up the account or somehow it would have gotten all messed up. It's a pretty crazy bar right here. GameStop is definitely trying to make a move. On its way to 29 now. I'd like to see that. I was kind of expecting for this move to start at the end of the market yesterday or in the overnight, but I guess it's waiting for the regular hours to try to do it. I'd like to see it get back over 30 today. All right, so this is playing out kind of how I was thinking. Been keep marking this range. Second entry long here. It's too high when it's set up down here. Yeah. Probably could have played that short. How much room is there? Yeah, I should have gone short there. It's all right. That'd be a new kind of strategy to play a failure in that situation here, but I like that. All right, GameStop at over 29 now. It's pushing. I bought a new call yesterday for Friday's expiration, which is about to be in the money. Just a short-term play with some of my longer-term plays. Almost at 30, 29.5. All right, GME going to be at 30 in a minute. Not even a minute, right now. There it is, back up to 30. And going. Go GME, go. $30.50. GameStop on the move. It's on its way to 31. This thing is flying. Almost got to 31. 30.70. Well, NQ is just a messy chop fest. is just chop fest. All right, NQ, what you got? All right, so see what happens here. It's basically, it's a new low. First entry. And the way this is setting up, you expect it to come up here, but now the Bollinger is right here. So these are the kinds of things I want to observe in these situations. So still trying to make us believe it's going to break out of this range, but I'm not sure. Already been to the measured move from the bottom. Suppose if I made this the one leg, that gets you even a more perfect measured move. Almost to the dot, so we'll see. That looks cleaner. One leg up, two legs up. GameStop is up 10%. It's not even at the high for the day. It's below 30 again. Look at this. Broke out. Broke out. Let's see what the measured move of the range is. It's probably the target. All right, so it's almost at this measured move of the range already. I don't know how anyone gets into that trade, but nice trade if you're able to get into that. This first entry, possible second entry up here. I'm not going to go against the grain here. Just observe this. You would think if the second entry triggered, it would come down here, but it's so strong, maybe it traps, reaches this, and then goes. Right, so there's the trap of the second entry short. All right, my GameStop is back towards 30 now. It's up 12%. All right, so I called that trapping the shorts on a second entry. Let's see what happens from here. What a move. No way into this move that I can see the way I trade, other than just joining it and praying. I mean, there was this failed second entry short, which I pretty much called out as being, the reason why I didn't want to take a short here. I figured it was probably going to trap because it's such a strong move, but I had the measured move of the range right there, so I guess there was room. Yeah, there's enough room. So I had the right read, but it just seemed like a risky trade. What a move. See how much room there is on the daily. So on the daily chart, we're almost back to the top of this range. So not a whole lot of room there. Still room to the top of the Bollinger. I did not think we were going to get this whole move today when I looked at this earlier. This is the 5 minute. Here's the 15 minute. Crazy. What a move. Wow. Market won't quit. Just push by. Just push by anywhere, right? ATR is up at 51 ticks. So first entry, second entry long here off the midline of the Bollinger. To me, we already have a new high and a break here. I don't draw it, but new high, break below. So it's looking like that second entry long might fail here, which wouldn't surprise me. There's the fail. Tough market conditions to trade in lately. I mean, you just gotta just push the buy button if you want to get in on a move like that, because there's just no setup. The only setup is here for me. Failed second entry short. But that's a really risky trade, in my opinion. Not sure what to expect at this point. This is like a way overshoot. You'd expect it to come back down and at least test this again. But on a big move like that, who knows? GameStop's up about $3 at the moment. It was up over $4 at its high. What's this doing here? Back to the top Bollinger, maybe? Just being patient here. Just not seeing a whole lot of clear setups. And not a whole lot, I mean, like none. One long, that would have been really risky right here for me. All right, we get another kind of pullback to set up a second entry. I might be willing to take a long. One more bounce off the bottom Bollinger. It stays in this range. We'll see. This Bollinger's getting pretty tight here too. Happening a little bit higher than I wanted it. I don't like that it's not touching the Bollinger. And that it closed right under it. If this pulls back and then goes, maybe that'd be better. It's very sideways here. Doji. See what happens. If we got like a fake breakout to the downside and then it comes back up, I think I might like that. Love it if it would touch the bottom Bollinger before it did it. I'm just not feeling the setup. It's not a clean setup to go long. That's what I'm looking for, but I don't trust this. That's what I was calling out for, but just the way it happened didn't look good. No. I had the right idea, but again, just not a clean setup for me to take it. All right, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break here. I'm back. GME back above 30. Up nearly 14% on the day. Another breakout here. Days are hard to trade. Let's see where we are on the daily. All right, we're all the way at the top of this range that was up here. So let's see. This could be an area where this is potentially the roof, but the way this market's going, who knows? GameStop's on the move. GameStop gonna go for a new high maybe of the day. just hard to find a setup. Got the one trade. And then it's either sideways or a big move. Sideways or big move. I was thinking long in this area, but just don't like the way it was set up. Would have worked beautifully. So at least my reading of the market's pretty good, but I'm not figuring out a way to capitalize off of it as usual. I mean, now we're just, look at this, we're really pushing. The thing is, I'd expect this one to be folding down if we were really going to break out right now. But day chart, so, or day bar, so this could do anything still with all this time left in the day. But this is right at the resistance, the current known resistance. GameStop at 30.20 again. Just won't quit. It's like, I want to just hit the buy button, but I know I hit the buy button and that's when it's going to turn. Always really hard to buy the top of the market, the highs of the day. It's doing it again. Yeah. The question is it going to go... Is it going to do another one of those? I mean, that's pretty crazy, right? If it's going to go all the way back to 1940. GameStop is trying to make a new high of the day. So 30.30, high is like 30.70. Man, this move is insane. Where's the end? And can I jump in and be safe? None of this. How do you enter? The only thing I could say is this is like the idea that I have of like when things are pushing, when it pins against the top Bollinger and the next bar goes above, you can enter here. But, you know, you could get burned sometimes too, so. The thing is, it's like you want to get in on the first one, because every time you get in on the next one, it could be the end. But it seems like when you get in, like after like this one, essentially, it's pretty good for 5 points a lot of times in my experience. But I haven't figured out a rule for when it's good and when it's not good, because sometimes it isn't good. So. The other thing I could do here, just measure one leg, 2 legs, reach that. Above the resistance on the daily chart. Crazy. I'm just being patient. It's hard to trade this. Just hit the buy button, but I don't know. This is a second entry short, but just don't want to go against this strong trend. Right into the midline of the Bollinger. Hey Amma, how are you today? So obviously this short would have been good, but hard to bet against the uptrend. Amma, I missed the orb by just a couple minutes. I was ready just a little after. Like I was literally just starting my stream like a minute after this already happened. So I did take a trade on the news just on one evaluation. And it was based on a setup. I had a first entry, second entry short, and first entry long, second entry long that failed. So I just had my entry ready to go under here, and it spiked. Kind of froze on me a little bit, so it was a little bit weird, but just got a small win, $124, 2 contracts. So yeah, I just took that on an account that I hadn't traded yet. If I do see a setup I like, I'm going to be taking on 5 accounts, PA and 4 evaluations. So just waiting for a good setup. So far, I haven't seen much I liked. Alma says news didn't help to find trades. I mean, I knew the news was there, but I saw a setup I liked, so it kind of coincided. I didn't take it because of the news. But I also didn't take it on my PA because I just didn't want anything to get messed up the way Apex Rhythmic has been around news events. And you're not supposed to trade the news, so just did on an evaluation. But the exciting thing today for me is GameStop. GameStop is currently up 12% today. It's up over $3. So that's got me happy over here, even though not a whole lot of action for me once again on the futures. I mean, on a day like this, it's just like, unless you're willing to just jump on the train and see if it can take you where you want to go. It always just feels so dangerous entering. And, you know, it was all sideways chop until it's just a straight up move, you know. So it's like not a lot of opportunities to get in. unless you're just going to take a big chance that's going to go against you. Alma says, good eye with GameStop. Yeah, I've been following GameStop story for a while now, so I've been in for like 3 or 4 weeks already. I'm green, but I'm just holding for a much bigger move. Alma says MSNBC shorted GameStop. I mean, that's the thing is, all the big financial institutions and the mainstream media are second entry long here potentially. They're all in support of each other. They lift each other up. So the mainstream media definitely is not telling the whole full story of GameStop. They've definitely got interest to downplay what's really going on, in my opinion. And I'm not one of those people that really talk about the media that way, but in this case, the first entry, second entry, I don't love the setup again. I mean, it kind of makes sense that we're going to go back to the Bollinger up here, but we've already got this move up and we've already got a new high off that. So I don't really trust this. Alma says, wow, trades by Matt got a payout. That seals the Apex drama. Just follow the rules. I think that anyway. I think just follow the rules and you'll be fine. If you try to break the rules, especially if you're trying to do something purposeful, then they're probably not going to approve you. But if you're just trading, it should be good. I got one cheap short-term option call yesterday on GameStop that expires Friday. I'm up 50% on it already. Just overnight. Never really messed around with short-term calls before, so I just want to test it out. Looks like the long is working here. I guess my question will be if this will be a range. And that would have been good for my profit target. Excuse me, I have the hiccups. That would have been good for my profit target there on the long. I still got this really massive measured move. I don't know if that's really going to be a thing, but this was 2 legs up. And now if there's another 2 legs up, that's where it would take us. Which is crazy to think. Well, if I never get a payout on Apex, my GameStop has already paid for my fees if I were to close it anytime from this point on, as long as it doesn't go against me from here. Volatility got a payout too. He was trying hard to follow the rules, Alma says. Nice. I think he's trying a different prop firm as well. I haven't been really watching, honestly, I haven't really been watching Alpine recently very much, or volatility, or really anyone in future space, just because I've been watching a lot of things about GameStop. So that's been taking up my time when I'm not trading. So I don't know if that's affecting me in terms of how I'm trading too, just in terms of it's not where my focus has been in the past couple of weeks, but it's just been a lot of drama with Apex, obviously, with their rhythmic issues. It's been multiple days where I just haven't felt it's safe to even trade on rhythmic, so I've just not taken trades. And then price action's been a little tough, so I don't know. All I know is I've got like 11 or 12 days left on these accounts before they all renew. So I've got to just start pushing the gas at some point, which is why I'm going to start trading a lot more accounts at the same time. But I figure if I get into next week and I'm still not getting trades, then I've got to just start picking accounts and just, trying to go for them. All right, let's see here. I got a first entry. Maybe if there's a second entry, it just, again, to take short setups in this market feels very dangerous. Alma says it's very hard to fail top step evaluations because of the daily drawdown. Yeah, I mean, with the way I trade, it'd be really hard. Barely get any trades. I'm also just in general pretty good about cutting myself off if the day's not going well. I mean, sometimes not. I have those days where I blow up accounts, but I was also under the old rules. So I'm not going to put the full account at risk with every trade anymore, obviously, with the new rules. So Alma says, I mean, close to the end at the renewal. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're saying, so if the renewal is coming up, you have the daily drawdown. So if you don't start pushing earlier, you can't like do it on the last day because you have a daily drawdown. Anyways, it's going to stop you out, and then your account will still be where it's at when the renewal happens. Yeah, I could see how that would kind of work against you there. Yeah, I get it, Alma. You're saying like you want to fail it for the reset. Kind of like the short here, but again, it's really hard to take a short in this market. Also, I'm like concerned because I'm thinking, well, maybe we need to retest this high. And so we came up just shy of that. So that's the one thing keeping me out of the short right now, is the fact that we didn't actually touch that green line. Maybe it won't matter, but it's also not an obvious place of resistance from prior. So maybe a lower high I might consider. We'll see. Yeah, for me on the Apex, it's like, even on the last day, you can fail the evaluation so that when it renews, it resets at least. So obviously I want to try to YOLO all these accounts before it renews for 80%, or I might, I think the renewal is not long after the 90%, so maybe I'll have to do it leading up to the end of 90% and just pass or fail all these accounts, and then if I fail, then just cancel them and get new evals for 90% off. Alma says we got a top stat X 50K code today for $25, mobile 25. Cool. GameStop still hovering around the $30 range. It kind of looks like a bull flag setting up. So maybe it'll go higher even still. That'd be fun to see. All right, so I'm not seeing the lower high setup. Looks like the second entry is going to end up working after all here. $18,980 was a previous high. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I like the short here, but I just didn't like, I wanted it to actually touch this green line, the high of the day, before I'd go short. So that's the one thing that kept me out of that trade. 100 lot. Where you been, my friend? How are you? Things are going well. Not really progressing much, but not losing much either. I haven't been trading with all of the arithmetic issues. Yeah, I've been trading GameStop, so I've been very distracted by my GameStop position for the last few weeks. Alma says, hopefully I get a reversal trade here. How's things been going for you, 100 lot? With did you get your payouts? And how's things going with you, considering all the new Apex rules and everything? What's your game plan? 100 lot says, oh wow, go GME. Yeah, for sure. And terrible with your accounts. You're terrible with the changes. I know you're really depending on that orb, and they're essentially taking away the way it's been played. Just gonna look at the daily real quick. I mean, we're going for like the all-time high here on the NQ. I mean, getting very close. 100 lot says blue the payout, waiting a week, trying to get to next window. Yeah, that's an old story that goes around a lot. Misplayed my PAs. Sorry to hear that, man. That's the thing. I've talked about those payout windows, and they really can screw you up. I like this thing that they're 100 lot says I would have been denied for DCA. I see. Yeah, you did DCA. Yeah, they really cracked down on that. That's like the real big thing that they cracked down on, and the brackets. Yeah, of course, for the orb. Yeah, man, it's tough timing, because you're right there. I mean, you had it in the bag, and then they did what they had to do, but bad timing for you there. I'm sorry to hear that. Just can't do it. Yeah. I'm really hoping that this thing that they're pitching with not doing payout windows anymore, really hoping that will stick. And really hoping they'll do the 8 days traded, and really hoping that they'll do the 40% consistency rule instead of 30%. 100 lot says, but I got 5 250K PAs to activate for next week. Awesome. That's great. Amma says, everyone has to learn how to trade again. 100 lot says the DCA was killing me. Yeah. Well, the DCA, I mean, it's an interesting thing. It's like, it works till it doesn't. So it's like, it could be great when it works, but then it really can mess up your accounts when it doesn't work. I mean, I understand why they put that rule in place to a certain degree, especially seeing, the way people are just mass buying evals and PAs and just having them lined up hundreds at a time. So, it's like, I kind of get it. I don't like the way they rolled out everything. It was pretty frustrating the way they did it and the way people found out about it. But I get it. And I think it's just all about like adjusting, and yeah, if you can trade, you can trade. All right, shoot, I gotta go help with my daughter real quick before she goes to school. So I hope you'll stick around. I'll be right back. Amma says, let's start with buy low, sell high strategy. 100 lot says, I'll take the loss and play again tomorrow. I understand too. Very frustrating. Cool. All right. Yeah, I hope you'll hang out. I'm just going to be a couple minutes. I'll be right back. I'm back. That was longer than I thought it would be. Let's see here. 100 lots said I can easily win 50 to 60% of my trades, still around open with a 1 to 5 to 1, a 1.5 to 1 reward risk. So I'm going to go slow things down and chill, take it as it comes. I've been pressing so insanely hard a while. I'm always going to lose 35% of the time. I'm working on accepting that. That's where I'm failing. Stephen Curry misses a lot of three-pointers. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the truth is you can lose a lot. I mean, it all depends on your risk versus reward and everything, right? My risk reward was way too high trading on the tick charts. And I think I'm better off continuing to trade on the 1 minute chart. Like today, I didn't even look for tick charts. And I don't know, maybe I should still look at tick charts, but I'm just feeling like my risk to reward is so much better. Like right now, the ATR is 32 on the 1 minute chart. I was trading on charts where like it was like regularly 60 and above. And if I'm using bars as my my signal bar as my risk, then you know, and before I was only going for like 11 to 20 ticks. So now I'm going for 26 ticks and 52 ticks. So my risk reward is going to be like way better because I'm basically going to be, you know, almost 1 to 1 on a lot of trades, and probably 2 to 1 at worst. So, all right, let me see here. Got a first entry, second entry. Failing. How much room is down here? There's enough room to the bottom there. Actually, there's kind of, it's actually first entry, second entry here. New high. Count's kind of weird here. Just gonna chill. Make sure I'm seeing things right. There's also potentially resistance there. All right, so it's a little confusing here. Here's a new low. There's a first entry, second entry here. I might have liked this because now we had a new high and we had a retest of the new high, and this was a retest of this one coming off the top Bollinger. So that was something maybe I would have liked if I was here for it. I think that's like right when I was walking away, maybe. So yeah, I think, I don't know if 100 lots still here, but I think for a lot of people, the rules changes was kind of a big thing. Probably happened at a bad time for a lot of people. For me, it hasn't really affected me at all. It just made me realize, okay, I'll change things up as I move forward, based on what I'd been doing the few weeks leading up to that. And I didn't have any PAs. Now I have one PA again, at least. 100 lots at 4 short. Yeah, I would have liked the short here if I was here. I probably would have considered it. I'm not sure I would have taken it. It's hard to say in hindsight, but would have considered it up here. The short down here, I'm not considering anymore. Although, there it goes, right? But yeah, the timing of the rules changed for me. It just made me realize, I mean, the reality is like, would I have like 4 or 5 PAs? My last 4 or 5 PAs, I blew up all like, I think mostly on the orb actually, when the orb wasn't working very well recently. And I think maybe one on a DCA. And so like it's pretty quickly showing for me, like, I wasn't even getting a payout yet, and I was blowing up accounts way faster. Like my last PA I blew up in the first month, which I never do. That was the first time out of 10 PAs I ever blew up a PA in the first month. So it wasn't really helping me. If I step back and take an objective look, like I wasn't actually doing better by DCing, and the orb was working for me, but you can't risk the whole account on an orb anymore. So that kind of changes things up. You can still pull it off. You can still pick the direction and put a stop in that's a 4-to-1 or something at the high end, and be successful with it, I think. But I think the best thing for me is the orb got me looking at the 1-minute chart, and I think I'm liking the 1-minute chart. So my short idea would have worked for my profit target there. Now there's a new high here, so it could be a first entry, second entry long above this. It'd be going right into the middle of the Bollinger, which I'm not sure how I feel about that yet. I like when there's like room. Oh, I wasn't paying attention here. Do I like it? And a little bit late here. I don't like that. I was in late because I should have been in down here. But if this holds up, we should get back up to the top, I'm thinking. Just don't like that we're at this midline. reduce my risk and just put it here. Still like it though, because I feel like we should get to the top Bollinger here. Just don't like that's rejecting right at this midline. It's not good. Still believe we should get to the top Bollinger. We came off the bottom. Now it's setting up a second entry short, potentially. First entry, second entry. This doesn't look good. I entered way too high. All right, let's see. There we go. Just gonna put that there. Just get that one in. Then I'll trail. So got 3 3/4 points. All right, and took out the other one. All right, so I just don't want to push it when it reaches the top Bollinger. You know, there's reason to think it'll still come all the way back up here, but just trying to play it safe. It's already feeling a little bit precarious. $100 that I knew stuff was going to happen after seeing 3 7-figure payouts in a month. Yeah, seriously. Exactly right. Unsustainable for the prop. Give the man a green candle. That was a well-managed trade. Thank you. The only thing I didn't like about my trade is really I was taking it off of this. This was a first entry, second entry long. And so my entry was a lot further up than it should have been. My entry should have been down there. So I was like 2 points higher than when I should have entered. I would have liked to be closer to where I'm supposed to enter. So if I look at where I should have entered, then I would have been out on my first contract right here on this candle, and it wouldn't have been a big deal when it went against me. So, but it was still good. It played out the way I was expecting, which was, you know, what I'm seeing with the Bollingers is it goes from the top to the bottom. If it gets rejected from the middle, it goes to the bottom again, and then usually it will go back to the top. So especially in a range, kind of range price action situation. So that's why I wanted my target to be up here, which it would have reached. But seeing all of the resistance kind of in this area, I just wanted to lock it in. So that was trade 2. And I did it on PA11, which is the first trade on that. Only 2 contracts on that one. And then EV 43, 45, 46, 48. So hard to say how many ticks I really got, and because I'm doing it with split contracts. But my first, let's see, I got 3 1/4 points. So that's what, 15 ticks, and then 2 1/4 points on my second contract. So not bad. I'll take it. So let's see, the 250K, I'm playing with 6 contracts, so that's why I made 406 on that account. And then the 50K evals, playing with 4 contracts, and then the, let's see, so this is day 1 here. This is day 2. And then the PA, just doing 2 contracts. It's day 3. Day 6. 100 lot says I'll take that every day. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I mean, my expectation is still for it to go up here, but I really like these Bollingers. You know, this is a brand new thing for me. And it's just like, to me, I'm watching it like it's like a racetrack, right? And the race has to happen inside of the tracks. And if somebody goes outside the tracks, well, they have to go back inside the tracks to continue the race. So that's kind of what I liked about it here was, again, coming from the top of the Bollingers, have a pretty clear big range that I'm looking at. And this resistance, you know, this second entry set up right here. And the other thing, I didn't measure it, but if I'm looking at 2 legs down, yeah, okay, a little shy of the 2 legs down, but maybe that gives even more precedence to liking the long, because you got the 2 legs down, a little shy of reaching the full measured move. And looking at the Bollinger, you went from the top, you went to the bottom. You couldn't get to the top, you only went to the midline. You came down to the bottom, you went further down, you went outside the tracks, and then you got a second entry from a new high here, setting up right off your support. And you just came from outside of the Bollinger, and you know you have to be back inside to continue the race. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. And it's kind of helping me because when I get these setups that happen like this, like where I have a whole picture in mind, and I didn't measure this, but I was thinking, okay, it looks like 1 leg down, and that looked like 2 legs down. So the only thing I didn't like about this trade for me was I entered too late. I really should have been in on this bar, even if I was too high, you know, even if I was at the top of this bar, I would just prefer to be in on this bar instead of getting in on a bar where that looks like a failure, you know, and it triggered a failure, but luckily it still worked out in my favor. So, really, I'm just proud of myself for getting a second trade. I mean, how many days in a row have I had no trades? It's been, what we have, like Monday, Tuesday, Friday, and Thursday with all the rhythmic issues. I think one of those days I chose a evaluation and traded 1 evaluation, but otherwise I've been not taking trades because I've been worried about the technical errors and worried about having those kinds of problems. And then just price action, not seeing things I like. So, I mean, I've had this PA now for a while now. It's my first trade. Yeah, it's why it does that. All right, so my first trade on that. And so look, you know, it reached the top Bollinger, it went a little bit further, but now it's coming back down. So I did the right thing, not trying to hang in there for bigger move. I haven't been watching GameStop. Okay, GameStop's still at 30. So that's still looking good for me. Yeah, 100 lot says, always good to win the first one. Yeah, I mean, long way to go on that PA. Brand new start of a journey, but yeah, I'll take it. It does feel good to get the first one as a win. And I'm going to just keep trading these accounts right now. If I get another trade, I think what I want to do is try to get one more trade on these accounts for the day. And if I can pull that off, then I would switch to like the next batch of accounts. How many do I have that I'm not playing yet? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So I'll probably play the next 6 accounts together, and I'll keep playing these first, 5 accounts together. Yeah, 100 lot asks if I'm doing monthly or lifetime on the PA fee, and I've always done the lifetime actually. It never has made sense for me to do the monthly just because of the way I trade. All of my PA accounts, all 9 of my first 10, I had for more than 2 months, or at least into the second month. So literally my 10th PA was the first time that I haven't gone into a second month. So it just makes sense. Like literally every single PA I've had, I've saved money by not doing the monthly. And honestly, I think now with the new rules, it makes more sense than ever to do the lifetime, because it's just much harder to like go big and then play the payout game where you start off big and then go smaller to just get to the payout, because they're not going to approve doing it that way anymore. You have to be more consistent in the way you're trading. So I think for me, it makes even more sense. And then now, I'm not going to be risking the whole account on each trade. I'm not going to be DCAing. I think I'm just going to be right back to where I was, where because I just don't take a lot of trades, right? A lot of trades for me is like 15 to 20 in that neighborhood for a whole week. And I didn't update my stats. Let me update my stats here real quick. So I'm now 2-0 for today, and it's 2-0 for the week. So a very low number of trades for the week, being halfway into the week. So just because of all those reasons, I'm doing the lifetime. It makes more sense to me. 100 lot says I have 650Ks passed, and I'm going to pay the extra month to be able to get them all lifetime in PA. I have 650Ks passed, and I'm going to pay the extra month. What do you mean by the extra month? To be able to get them all lifetime PA. Are you saying that basically it's like paying a second month and you have a lifetime PA? I mean, because technically it's less than a second month. Not exactly sure what you mean, but I think I'm understanding. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe you're saying you're going to do the monthly on that, try to get the payout, and then use that to pay lifetime on your 250. Because earlier you said you had 250Ks ready to go, right? Oh, you're activating your 250Ks first, right? But you know about that promo, right? So you're going to do the $85 for the lifetime fees on the 250K, right? That's what I think makes sense. So you'll have lifetime on the 250Ks no matter what anyway, for the price of $85, which is the monthly fee anyway. Yeah. Okay, good. Good. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the other thing to me too, it's like with the payout windows, I mean, look, I don't know how many people have experienced this, but I know people personally that they pay the monthly fee, and then when they request a payout, it seems like a lot of times if you request that first payout and you're near the renewal on the PA, it seems like most people I know aren't getting approved for the payout until after the renewal happens anyway. So it's something to keep in mind. And I don't know if, I'm not going to sit here and say and speculate that that's something that they're doing on purpose, but it just seems like that happens more times than not. And if you do the math on, getting your 10 days in, and then when the payout window falls, a lot of times you're going to be right up against where that renewal happens anyway. And then you're into that game, I think, like what you were talking about earlier, 100 lot, where you want to keep trading your account to start counting for the next 10 days. So you have an incentive to do that, which puts your payout at risk. And then at the same time, you have the renewal of your monthly. And so all those things are designed to put more pressure on us as traders. And it could be, it gets in your head, I think, as a trader. If you're not getting approved, you got the renewal coming, you're trying to make the next payout window, so you're trading the 10 days. And I think it's just a lot of things stacking up on top of each other. 1 second. Sorry. So it's a lot of conditions on one on top of another that I think just, if nothing else, it's like a mental strain on us where, trading's already, psychologically tough enough. And then if you have like a payout that you've requested that you believe you should get, and you're waiting for that to be approved, and you got a renewal coming, and you're trying to get your account to qualify for the next payout window, all these things are stacking on top of each other and creating more pressure. And you're just putting yourself in a mental state to potentially make a mistake and blow up your account anyway. So for all those reasons, I just rather pay the lifetime, figure I'm going to try to keep the account going for as long as possible anyways. 100 lots has got to go lifetime in this environment. I think that's, again, exactly right. Like, it's another reason and condition, playing the prop game, where it's like, okay, it just makes sense. Pay the lifetime no matter what goes on. Okay, if you only keep the account for 1 month, then you're paying more than you would have paid. But in this environment, everything is incentivized for us to keep the accounts longer at this point, because they're not going to approve payouts if you're doing the old things that some of us were doing. And for me, I never got a payout, so I can't put myself in that boat, but I was trying to put myself in that boat. And now I think all the reasons I was doing lifetime before, plus all the new reasons, I think it's just lifetime always for me. I don't think there's ever going to be a reason where I feel like, oh, well, I'm not going to keep this account anyways beyond a month. I think I'm just always going to have an account for more than a month, especially now that I'm always using a stop. I'm never moving it. I'm not doing DCA. It's just, I'm not going to be blowing up an account in a single day ever. It's just not even going to be near possible. This PA, the max risk I had down here, where my stop was, and I wasn't going to move it, I would have lost $550 or something like that on the PA. So it is what it is. 100 lots is exactly, honestly, Apex should just get rid of the monthly. Yeah, I mean, I think in a sense, yes, but at the same time, no, because if they get rid of the monthly, maybe they have a reason to raise the price of the lifetime. So let's let them keep the monthly, and let's just choose lifetime, because it's a better deal considering all of the conditions being put on us at this point. We got to play by their game, and their game is going to do what they intend to do, which is to have us keep our accounts longer. So it's kind of symbiotic at that point, I think. But yeah, I certainly understand where you're going with that. All right, so we're still just ranging here. The other thing I'd say is 100 lots says I'm down with that. The other thing is, I don't know if you filled out that poll, 100 lot. Hopefully you filled out the poll. Is worded really poorly, again, of course, because John is the one that obviously wrote the poll. But the ideas in the poll, I think, are relatively largely good for us as traders, considering the new crackdown that they've done, enforcing the rules. And so I really want to see no payout windows, which goes to this discussion that we're having. But I'd really like to see no payout windows. the 8 days traded to qualify for a payout, and the 40% consistency. Oh, 100 lot. Don't refuse to fill it out. I think it's important. I literally saw Daryl post. I know why you feel that way, but because I felt a tinge of that myself inside. Oh shit! GameStop's pushing up again. 30.50. Okay, I think that's the high of, no, not quite the high of the day. It touched the high of the day again. 30.70. All right. Things are looking good for me there right now. Yeah, I understand the feeling of not wanting to fill it out, but I literally saw Daryl's put a message somewhere, forget where I saw it, where he said they're literally waiting for just a large percentage of people to fill it out before they close it and take the results and put it into effect. And there's some really good things in there that are worth filling out. So for me, again, the idea of no payout windows is huge. And that goes back to the conversation we were just having. Like, no payout windows will change the game for me, because literally I had probably 6 of my 10 PAs, my first 10 PAs were all within a trade or two of qualifying for a payout. I mean, literally a trade or two. I can't tell you how many times I was within like 400 or less of qualifying. And the pressure of the payout window, where the payout window was falling and having to get one more good trade and wanting to make it happen in the payout window that was happening right then, was a large part of the stress that caused me to make mistakes and blow up my accounts. Because just trying to push to get it inside the payout window instead of having to wait another 2 weeks when I was so close, that really messed me up. So that would be huge for me personally. I've experienced it firsthand, the pressure of the payout window and what it does when you're close and you want to get it inside those 5 days. So to get rid of the payout window alone is, to me, worth everybody filling out the form. The second thing is they're talking about making it only 8 days traded instead of 10, which isn't as big of a thing for me the way I trade, because I trade relatively small. You can see, based on the results of my trades today. So 8 days, I'm probably not qualifying for a payout anyways in 8 days. But for a lot of people, that is going to be great for them, because of the way they trade a little bit bigger than me, and they can qualify for a payout in 8 days. And then, 100 lot, please fill it out. You're doing yourself a favor by filling it out. The other thing I haven't even mentioned yet, the third thing is, they have this like very gray area 30% consistency rule, and they've pitched it to throughout the 30% and make it a 40% consistency rule. And the difference being 30% was kind of a gray area. They're like, oh, if it's a little bit over, we'll probably still approve it, but sometimes not. And this is going to be a 40% consistency rule, and just black and white. So if you're 40.000000000 to infinity, you're going to pass. But if you're 40.000000000 infinity of zeros 1, you're not going to pass. It's going to be black and white, 40% or under consistency rule. So I think that also in and of itself is huge, and we got to push to get those things put in place. And the only way it's going to happen is to fill out the form and let them know that that's what we want. There's a bunch of other stuff that's like ridiculous on there. I was reading it, and it's like, actually, maybe I could pull it up. Let me see here. Yeah, cast your vote. Let me see if there's anything. There's nothing self-identifying on this, right? So let's just look at this. So, they ask how many evaluations you have, how many PA accounts, blah, blah, blah. Should Apex continue to offer up 20 accounts? Yeah, you want to mark that. Yes, we want to keep 20 accounts. Okay. At times, Apex offers 1 day to pass, but otherwise it's 7 days. Should Apex lower the standard time frame to just 5 days? Hell yeah, let's make it 5 days instead of 7 days. That's great for us. Okay. Should Apex continue to offer the 1 day pass? Hells yeah. I don't want them to take that away. You know, who cares? Understanding that it speeds up process for scammers, that's their problem. That's not my problem. Okay. Should Apex continue at times to run the discount promotions, for example, 80% off, knowing that these low prices encourage and enable scams and schemes? Should Apex discontinue these sales to ward off schemes or find other ways? No, that's your problem. You're running a business, run your business, but I want the discounts because I'm not going to, guess what? Apex, I'm not going to sign up for more accounts if I can't get 80% off or better. I've never paid less than 80%, or I should say it the other way. I've never paid more than 80%, ever. I've never paid more than 80%. So, I never will. So if you want to keep me as a customer, Apex, then you better keep those 80% coming at the very least. So yeah, I want them to continue the discounts. Would you like to see more larger account packages at discount prices? For example, the recent discount on the 250K eval. Yeah, I like that 250K eval. I'm even trying one. Let's keep that going. Okay. I understand rules and guidelines are needed to prevent scams and schemes and assure contracts are followed. Should tougher rules across the board to prevent these? Should there be, I'm guessing they meant, or should there be a probation status for offenders and ease up rules on those consistently trading across the board so nobody can claim unfair? No, that's your problem, Apex. You have rules. You're going to have to deal with the people that are upset by the rules if they go on probation. But I say, if people are offenders of the rules, put them on probation status. Why should I be punished because other people can't follow the rules? I'm following the rules. I shouldn't have to have these stricter rules placed on me when I'm trading accordingly. So yeah, let's have a probation status for offenders. I'm good with that. Should Apex require a safety net be left in the account during the first 4 withdrawal periods to discourage schemes of one-time payment and blowing accounts and help traders not blow accounts? Should this be required across the board like most companies or just for offenders? Again, yes, for offenders on probation status. Again, why should I be punished and have to have a safety net if I'm trading well and keeping accounts and I'm able to take a payout and keep my account going? Then why should I have to have a safety net? You know, do it on the offenders, do it on the people that are doing the schemes or whatever, and have it done on the probation status. I understand if a probation status is used, this will create complaints, issues, drama, and people being upset and spreading negativity. I agree to not fall prey to this and agree to help and support Apex to battle this online or in-house in order to allow for an ease in rules for the rest of us. We should not all suffer due to bad apples. Well, I agree to that. We should not all suffer due to bad apples. So I agree that that there should be a probation status, that people will be upset and they will be spreading negativity if they're put on probation status. I don't care. That's your problem, Apex. This is your business that you're running. People need to have rules and you need to enforce your rules and you need to do it consistently so that the rest of us that are playing by the rules know what the rules are and can abide by them. So yeah, I agree. The people that are going to go on probation are going to break the rules. They're going to be on probation. They're going to complain that they're on probation. But meanwhile, in large part, the most people that trade on Apex are trading by the rules. They're not trying to scheme you, and we're just trying to trade and trade appropriately and fairly, and just trying to become good traders and be profitable. So yeah, let's put the people that break the rules on purpose on probation and leave the rest of us alone to trade properly. 11, I understand there is no way for Apex to loosen up rules and make payouts quicker without opening up more possibilities of scams and schemes and windfall traders. There must be safeguards in place, and this will cause whining and complaining as well. Yeah, I understand that, and I agree that there should be rules. So I don't care, but you're running a business, Apex. If people are complaining, people complain to all kinds of businesses in the world. No matter what business you run, people are going to complain about things about your company. That's a part of being in business. So I'm not going to care what everyone's complaining about. Just set good rules and let us abide by them. And if people break the rules, put them on probation. It's real simple. Should Apex lower the contract size allowed on each plan to cut down on windfall traders and those looking for get-rich-quick schemes and payouts? No, because you should do that in probation if people go in probation because they're breaking the rules. But the rest of us, look how I'm trading. I traded 2 contracts on my PA. I'm not even full porting my evaluations. Okay. Look how I'm trading. Why should I suffer from having to have a contract size limit when I am already limiting myself? So no. Okay. If a payout approval and review schedule is clearly posted and stated not to send tickets or inquiries until after a certain date, should that be honored and followed? Or should traders be allowed to blow up customer support and social media with questions and inquiries and tying up staff for processing your request? Those that do this and clog the system for everyone, should they automatically be moved to the last day of the payout period for review outcome of approved or denied? Should there be a penalty for clogging the system and not allowing procedure and penalty? Or not following procedure, and the penalty be they won't find out the outcome of the request until the last day. This is all ridiculous. Throw out the payout periods. Okay, no payout periods. That's what we want. So there should be no penalty for inquiring before the date and distracting staff. Staff should stop. No, I don't agree with any of these. So if the payout windows stay, I agree that the people that, are being a pain in the ass, sure, slow them down. That to me is probation. So I agree with the first one. Put people that are complaining on probation. I don't care. I'm not going to be complaining. I'm going to be happy that I get approved for a payout. So that's the real. But this question is irrelevant because they should be throwing out the payout window, which we'll get to. Would you like to see 10 days traded for a payout request be lowered to only 8 days? Yeah, definitely. Let's lower that. Should Apex get rid of the request periods of the 1st to 5th and the 15th through 20th and allow to request anytime, as soon as you have met required number of trading days? Hells yes. So that means that this other stupid question number 13 doesn't matter, because if everybody says yes to getting rid of the payout windows, then that doesn't matter anyways. So I have no problem saying yes up here, because this yes should make that be a non-issue anyways. So this is why it's important. 100 lot and anybody else, fill out these things. I'm not going to fill out it again because I already filled it out, but hells yeah, let's get rid of that. Okay, so you see 100 lot, why you should be filling this out. Holy smokes, what is going on over here? The market is pushing again. Okay. 16, if the request date, sorry, I'm not reading the chat, by the way, while I'm doing this. If the request date ranges were removed, would you like to see Apex review and process on a daily ongoing schedule of some type? There would be cutoff times and, of course, additional times for those needing reviews. We would figure out these details, but the structure would allow for quicker and more payouts. Hells yes. I would like to see quick processing right away upon request, whether daily or over a few days. That's the answer, right? Like, what other answer would I want to give? That's the whole point of not having payout windows. So yeah, no, I think once a week, no, screw that. Once a week, you're just going to get clogged up. We already see how Apex gets clogged up when they all come in a short amount of time. So let's keep them rolling. Apex should have just always had this. Other companies have this, where there should be a payout department, and that's all they do. There shouldn't be people answering questions doing payouts. Like, there should be a payout department. Those people are dedicated people just for payouts. It's real simple. Roll it every single day that anybody has traded enough days, fitting the rules, and reached the target. Let's process those people on a daily rolling basis. Okay. It's a very easy form to fill out. Should Apex do away with the no flipping rules and find other ways to assure there is consistent? Now, this doesn't really affect me. I don't care about the flipping rules. For me, I say I have no opinion either way, because flipping rule does not bother me. Whether it's 8 days traded or 10 days traded, the way I trade, it takes me longer anyways, so I don't really have a reason to flip. But for people, maybe they'll feel some other way. So there's a little bit of a gray area here. To me, at the very least, you can do away with it. You could keep it. I don't care. But I like the flipping rule better than what they offer as an option down here coming up. So should Apex get rid of the 30% consistency rule? which is not a hard and fast and open to interpretation, which is, the way they worded this is terrible. Basically, their 30% consistency rule is a gray area rule. So they should get rid of this. Or would it be better to go to a straight 40% hard and fast rule, easy for everyone to understand, no questions, concerns, or wondering about what the scenario or situation? The rule is a rule, clear, cut, and dry. What does that mean? It means raise it to the 40% rule, make it black and white, and we all know what it is. And 40%, if you can't be under 40%, you're not trading. I think that's a very fair rule. So let's raise it to 40% clear and cut. That's my opinion. Do you like the idea of, hold on, I need to get a drink. 1 second. All right, where did I leave off? Hopefully I'm not boring anyone. Let's see here. Do you like the idea of letting contractors take out 100%, no maximum limits at the fifth window fifth withdrawal instead of at the fourth month, especially if it can lower to 8 trading days and request any time, not on the date range? Understanding this will encourage scams and schemes, so other filters may have to be put in somewhere to counter this. I don't care either way. That's fine with me. That's good. But to me, it's not really a big enough difference that I'm going to give up something else for it. So fill it out as you like, but I think it's fine the way it is. And if it means they're going to put in some other rule that I don't like, that's my opinion. Should Apex put caps on lifetime amounts that can be made for each account like other companies do? For example, on a 50K account, the most you can ever take out and make is 20K. Hell no, that is ridiculous. No, there should not be a total lifetime payout, because why am I paying a lifetime fee if I can't get lifetime payouts on that account? So no, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely not. Okay, so you see why this is important to fill out, 100 lot and anybody else listening to me doing this. Hell no. Why am I paying a lifetime fee and having a lifetime account that I can't continue to take payouts from? It's asinine. Doesn't make any sense. 21. Do you understand that if Apex makes it faster and easier to get payouts and quicker to get to 100% payouts, this will encourage a whole set of other scams and schemes geared towards trying to windfall large amounts and new schemes to build large balances to get that 100% withdrawal and then blow the account and do the scheme again? Well, let's see here. What are the options? Yes, I can see how offering this benefit to traders will encourage other schemes and windfall bounces. No, I don't think making it easier and faster will encourage more gambling schemes. Well, my answer is no, because they're doing it anyways, right? So this is already a problem. So what you're talking about in terms of getting payouts isn't going to affect the people that are doing that. They're going to be doing what they're doing anyways, and you're going to put them on probation and make it so that it's not possible for them to do that. So again, no, I don't think it makes it easier. I think it makes it the same. Okay. 22. I understand in order to make payouts only with 8 days request anytime ongoing processing and quicker way to 100% withdrawal, there will be other ways of controls, protection, and monitoring required. Sure, I understand that. And to me, that's the probation. Okay. The flipping rule was there to combat windfall trades, followed by flips just to get a withdrawal. Apex is looking for traders with a trading strategy, not a withdrawal strategy, meaning to encourage and enforce ongoing and consistent trading each period. Yeah, I understand that. And that's fine. Do what you got to do to keep your company healthy and able to make payouts. So I'm all good with that. What are your thoughts on 8 days trading to request withdrawal, no flipping rules, but 4 of those trading days must be 150 profit? To lower the days and get rid of flipping, something has to ensure continuing ongoing trading as opposed to random pressing of buttons to siphon off balances. This would be a way to take away the flipping rules, but add in some type of rule for ongoing consistency. I don't think that's necessary. So I do not like this. I'd rather stay at the 10 days if that's the case and keep the flipping rule personally, because that's stupid. Other idea is no, just put people on probation that try to do that, because that's all part related to what we already talked about. But I don't want to be in a situation where I have to make 150 or 100 for 4 days, because what if I make 142 and I'm like, oh man, this day's not going to count until I make 150, and I take that one more trade to make $10 more, and then boom, I like lose $500. You know, that would really piss me off. So no, I don't like any of this. I'd say don't do this, rather stay 10 days. And that's what I'd have to say about that. 25, what are your thoughts about a maximum cap of profit amounts in a PA account of 25K up until the fifth withdrawal to discourage scams and schemes? Then after the fifth withdrawal and at 100%, no more caps, no 40%, and can request withdrawal anytime, even daily, no required days for a complete understanding, blah, blah, blah. I don't mind that. I don't mind if there's a maximum cap up to 25K to the fifth withdrawal. The way it's worded, I don't think I mind that, but either way, yes or no, I don't think it's going to matter to me. Should Apex enforce scaling on PA accounts? Hell no. That's why you have probation. So if there's someone trying to do windfall trades or whatever, then put them on probation and enforce scaling in probation. But otherwise, no. Should Apex lower the trailing threshold and give less room to encourage and enforce discipline and risk management, especially in the light of speeding up payouts and making it quicker? No, I'd rather see other safeguards in place, like the probation to ward off the windfall traders. So no, make it probation. Okay, we're almost there. Need another drink here. All right, almost done. It goes up to 30. To make this a reality of quicker payouts and quick path to 100% withdrawal with no minimum days required and no consistency rule after that, the protective measure I like the most is either no longer offering 20 accounts making a max of 10. Hell no. Lowering the trailing threshold amounts giving less room. Hell no. Requiring a safety net to always remain. Maybe, but depends on the safety net, and they're not really saying what that safety net would be, so probably not. Cap the profit limit in PA the first 4 months, first 4 payouts, 25K each PA. Maybe, but not really. Eliminating 1 day to pass. For me, it's eliminating 1 day to pass because I don't really use that anyway. I don't really pass in 1 day. I don't care if it's 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, whatever, because I'm just trading my evaluations, basically how I would trade my PAs. That's my opinion. 29, to make rules and payouts easier for traders, I support a probation status for those that breach and are offenders. Probation could include limits to the number of PA accounts, limits to contract amounts that can be traded, safety net required, stricter consistency rule, 25% versus 40%, until which time it has been proven the trader can follow the rules. Yeah, I agree with that. And I support Apex when it's a complaint against that there should be a probation status. They've already said this. I don't know why it's another question, but yeah. At the end of all of this, if the following was the new Apex program, would you like it? 8 trading days to request payout, request end of 8th day, no request periods, staff processing throughout the week, 40% hard and fast consistency rule, no more flipping rule, 4 of the 8 days require 150 plus or minus, probation status, limit to max profit amount and a PA until the 5th withdrawal, take out 100% starting at 5th withdrawal instead of 4th month, and after 5th withdrawal, no more 40% consistency rule and no 8 trading days to request anytime, even daily. Now, the only thing I don't like in here is the $150 for 4 out of 8 days. But they obviously have this in mind as like the thing that they want to do. And I personally, I just voted yes. I would say yes on this. Personally, my own opinion, just because it locks in so many other great things that, you know, typically, like, so for example, my win today, like, okay, so this doesn't count as a trading day. Right now I'd have to trade again. So I don't really love that, but, you know, what am I going to do? So I put yes, just because I want to lock in all these other things. But if it were up to me, they would not do that and they would do everything else. So I don't know what else to say, but it's definitely worth, in my opinion, definitely worth filling that out. And now let me go back and look at, okay. Oh, wow. There's a lot to say. I'm sorry. I haven't been reading the chat. Let me see where I left off. Let's see. All right. The last thing I remember reading was 100 Lot saying, all right, you convinced me. 100 Lot says, hell no, no safety net. It's not that bad, really. I'm all about the fastest payouts possible. I'm all about the 40%. But if you say have a perfect setup and up your contracts for 3 to 5 minis for it and reach your 40% profit, will that deny you for not being consistent? Which concerns me. It's not that one. It's not on a trade by trade basis. It's on a day by day basis. So it's not day by day. Or I mean, it's not trade by trade. So basically, it's the same as now. It's like each trading day can't be more than 40% of your total profits at the time that you request payout. 100 Lot says that's ridiculous. I'm not sure what that's referring to since I wasn't reading these in unison. 100 Lot says I'm cool with it and pretty much agree with all your answers. 150 ain't that much. Yeah, so that's why I wrote yes on that last one, because the reality is 150 isn't that much. But the only thing for me is like, so on 2 contracts, I made 122. So if I don't get another trade today, that's not qualifying as one of the 4 out of 8 trading days. So that's kind of annoying for me. And then the other thing that's not answered in their, the way they wrote it is, okay, well, what if I trade 15 days before I request a payout? And I still don't have 4 days that add up to, 150 for 4 days. Are they still going to deny me even though I paid or traded twice as long? So that's what's not clear to me. Wow, look at this move up. We're still pushing to that big measured move that I had way back here. Holy. All right. So I hope that wasn't too annoying for me to go through all that. And I know that there's like the new NDA rules and everything, but they made that poll completely open to the public. It's not behind the paywall. It's not like you have to sign into your account to access that poll. It's literally that poll is found literally just by going to their website and going to the page where they have all those new videos going over all their issues and the rules and everything. So, so I feel like I can show it on YouTube because if they really wanted to protect what their poll was, they wouldn't make it so that anyone, whether they're actually a client or not, can fill out the poll. The way they've done the poll, anyone can fill it out. Their competitors can fill it out. So I would have preferred to see them having put that poll where you have to sign into your account as an Apex member, and then you can fill out the poll. And then that way it's actually Apex clients or customers doing the poll. So it's actually in the best interest of all of us at Apex, as opposed to someone from another prop firm. I have someone in mind, but I'm not going to say their name, that I know will go into this poll and fill it out as if they are a client of Apex, and that their interests aren't to like say, oh yeah, let's do all the worst possible things for your Apex clients so that they'll want to go to our prop firm instead of yours. So I don't know why they didn't decide to put it behind the paywall, put it so you have to sign into your Apex account, then you can fill in the poll, instead of making it so that their competitors can be filling this out. So we'll see how it turns out, but I think it's worth filling out. Hope you'll take the time to do that. I know I have a total of like 4 whole viewers here. So I know my push for that is not going to go wide and far in the grand scheme of things, but that's really where I'm at. I think it's helpful for everyone to do it. And I do think that it's worthy. And there's some great improvements. Yeah, cool. 100 Lot. I appreciate that you're going to fill one out. Tip the scales. Yeah. Just also because I know that Daryl, I saw personally, said that they're waiting until they get a large number of people having filled it out before they really make their decisions. So, even your one additional one is one step further to them, finally, hopefully making good decisions on what they're going to do moving forward. And I think all of those things make Apex a better company than anywhere else, honestly. Despite the DCA thing, the DCA thing was always a rule that they just never enforced. So now we know it's a rule. Cool. It doesn't really, as you can see, it doesn't change the way I trade personally. And I don't think it needs to change the way a lot of people trade. You just adjust to it. And it's probably, honestly, it probably is better for us to not DCA, if I'm being honest, as far as keeping our accounts and not just having a day where you've had 8 great days in a row and then boom, you have that one bad day or whatever it is. So and then the orb, you can still play the orb. You just have to pick a side before it happens, and you have to have a stop loss that's probably no greater than a 4-to-1 risk. 100 lot says, yeah, it only hurt me. It hasn't hurt 100 lot. I get that. It definitely hurt some people, especially at the time that they did it. Like for you, especially, you had like really bad timing. It was really bad timing for you. And then also the way they rolled it out, it was just really garbage, if you ask me. Their customer relations department they really should hire a customer relations firm or somebody to head that department. That's somebody separate from their enforcement of the rules department. Because right now there are 2 of the same. I think his name is John. To me, it seems like he's the head of the enforcement of the rules department. And it sounds like he's the one that creates the rules and decides what the program is going to be and enforces it. And, everything stems from him. But then he's also he's the voice and on the videos of who's speaking to the customers. But he's speaking from the person that does the enforcement. So he's, his point of view is very slanted in terms of how he speaks to us, the customers. And I don't think it does them any favors to have the same person who's enforcing the rules be the person that's doing the customer relations, in my opinion. So they could have handled that way better. It was like shocking how they did it. And it was just like, boom, one day you sign into your account and it's like, here, you have to agree to this and check mark that you agree to all these new rules that appear to be new rules that we're going to enforce. And, it was like very blunt and like, it was like taking a bat and hitting us over the back of the head with it, totally unexpected. And really what they could have done is they could have done what they ended up doing and did it the other way around. They could have put out just a simple message that when we sign into our accounts, hey, we're having some issues. We're seeing that there's a lot of rules that are being broken, and there's a lot of payout schemes happening, and we need to make some changes coming up. So this is just a note to let you know that there's going to be some changes coming in the near future. Look out, we're going to be putting out some videos to explain what the situation is. And when those videos come out, we'll let you know again, and then check out the videos. And then at the end of all of that, we'll put out a poll. We want to make some changes, and we'll put out a poll so that you can have some input into all the changes that are going to happen. And then they could have put those videos out, put the poll out, and then they could have cracked down, right? Put all these things in place. Then you do the crackdown, and you don't crack down retroactively. So the way they did it is like, hey, this is the hard and fast rules now. We don't care what you think. You're all trying to scam us. Nobody should have put it out there like all of us are trying to scam them, because clearly we're not all doing that. And then and then people wouldn't have been like so shocked, and it wouldn't have been like a shock and awe situation. And we could have, they could have then explained what was happening. And I think a lot more of us would have understood the situation. And people like Alpine and Volatility and those people, Trades by Matt, wouldn't have felt like they were being attacked, because ultimately this whole thing was much bigger than those 3 guys. Even though it felt like all the new rules that they were enforcing were because of those 3 guys. So
And I'm sure there's a part of that that did play a role, but it's clearly a much bigger issue. And I think if they did it the other way around like that, instead of the way they did it, then a lot of us would have been more understanding, less concerned. But the way they did it caused us to have less trust in them, and they clearly were having less trust in us. And so that's not a good way to have a relationship moving forward. So I think they're taking the right steps now. I feel like they've course corrected, and they're doing things in a much better way now. I just wish that they would have done it the other way around to start with, and then it wouldn't have been such a big thing, and we all would have understood the situation, and we all could have rolled with it, right? We all could be on board. I think the number of people that are trying to just totally scam them, like outright, is a very small group of people in relation to the amount of people that are using their platform. So, but the way it all came out, it was like an attack on all of us, even me that doesn't even have a payout. I felt like they're accusing me, personally, and I'm sure all of us felt that way. Like we're being all accused of trying to get one over on them and just scam them. And it's just the farthest thing from the truth for the vast majority of us. And I know that, even though I don't know the vast majority of us personally. It's just not human nature. Human nature is there's always people that are going to try to take advantage of a situation. And if they see lax rules and they see a way to maximize payouts, they're going to do that. And if the rest of us see that people are able to do that, and there's no one saying that that's a thing that you shouldn't be doing, then we're all going to try to emulate that and do that as well. So they allowed for that to happen. But at the same time, I understand where they're coming from. I just felt like they could have handled it with their customers better. So I much prefer the way they're dealing with things now. I think they're on the right track. And I think that at the end of all of this, when they put hopefully these good new rules in place and not some of the other bad ones, I still think they're going to be the best company around. And I think they're still going to have the most payouts. And I think for most of us, it's still the place to be. So let me see if there's any comments here. 100 Lot says, yeah, they could have done this after a payout window. Oh, that's the other thing I was going to say. You remind me. Yeah. So really, once the new rules were like understood and put in place, they should have said, okay, this is going to be the last payout window where we don't enforce all of these things. And starting the next payout window, we're enforcing DCA. We're enforcing the brackets, the OCO. We're enforcing all these things. We're enforcing not being able to, have these payout, strategies, however they want to put it. And I think that would have been the right thing too, instead of like, boom, like people have already been trading during the payout, leading up to the payout window when all this was going on, and they were still doing DCA. They were still doing all these things. And then all of a sudden it's a payout window. They put in for a payout and they're getting denied for the first time for DCA when they always traded DCA. So it should have been the next payout window where they're like, we're going to enforce on the next one. We'll let it go this time. And what would have been the big deal anyways? They were letting it go for the past 2 years already. So what's one more payout window? So look, I don't agree with everything they do, but I think their intentions are fine and good. I mean, they do have to protect their company, and it's in all of our benefit. Us, the honest traders, they're just trying to trade and trade well and try to get payouts based on good trading. It's still for our best interest too, that their company isn't driven into the ground by people that are taking advantage in these ways. So they need to do what they need to do to stay a healthy company, and we want them to do that. So it's just public relations, man. It's just all down to that. I really wish that they would separate public relations from rules enforcement department. Like those should be two separate areas, two separate departments, two separate people. Instead of the one who feels like his rules are getting scammed is the one that's out there, But hey, it's your company, guys, and you guys run things the way you want to run it. It's just it's just an opinion, and I don't think I'm violating any NDA by saying that. So. So 100 Lot says, unless they needed to deny a huge payout, like, oh shit, we are in serious trouble. This guy wants $2 million. Yeah, 100 lot. Yeah, I agree. Like that could have been the case, man. Like that could have been the case. Like right then, like they already had, like you said, they already had a month where they had multiple million dollar payouts, and maybe that was the point it was getting to, and maybe it would have destroyed the company. You know, we can only imagine, right? So, you know, I didn't really imagine that there was going to be people out there that were like, hey, pay me and I can pass all these accounts for you. And we'll just, you know, who knows what was going on. You know, they're showing people having hundreds of PAs and hundreds, if not thousands of evaluations. I mean, it's crazy. So I never imagined that, you know, so clearly there was a problem that was like, it was being like industrialized, right? Like it was like, you know, people with bankrolls that can just buy hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of accounts. And, you know, if you buy hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, you know, you're going to get 20 accounts out of that. And if you have hundreds and hundreds of PAs, you're going to get payouts on 20s and 20s and 20s of accounts that way as well. So, but again, this all goes back to a problem that was created in large part by Apex themselves. You know, they're the ones that allowed 20 accounts in the first place. They're the ones that were lax on the rules. They're the ones that are allowing people to buy hundreds of evaluations at a time. You know, if they want to limit the number of evaluations you can buy and hold at one time, like go for it. Like that doesn't like, I think they'd have every right to do that. Nobody needs 100 evaluations to be bought at one time. You know, it's ridiculous. Yeah, 100 lot says I felt attacked personally. I did too. I've never even had a payout, and I felt attacked personally. I got a lot of PAs lined up and still believe in myself, as you should. 100 lot. 100 lot says I'll be all right. You will be. You will be for sure. You know how to trade, and you know what you need to do. And you know, I think we've seen, you know, we've seen the people out there that have shown that, you know, Trades by Matt, Alpine, some other people out there. We've seen that the strategy of base hits every single day can lead to great payouts, and you don't need to overdo it to really make it happen, right? So, you know, 200, 300, 400, 500 a day is really all you need to be able to make it happen with Apex. So we don't need to go to the lengths that we were thinking we wanted to go to. Risking the entire account on each trade, DCAing, all those things. It's entirely possible to, you know, it's entirely possible for me to have a day like this across all my accounts if I trusted myself enough to trade all my accounts at the same time. So, which I'm working towards, you know. All right. So I think I've said everything I need to say as far as all that with Apex. Just looking at GameStop, I didn't even notice we had made a run to 31, and now it's pulled back to 30 again. Yeah, 100 lot says, I think you summed it up. Good stuff. Yeah, I think so. So, hey, I got one person to fill out the poll that wasn't going to fill it out, so my job is done here today. All right. Still, meanwhile, like this move has been intense and crazy, and I have not even been looking for trades in all of this. This is one I might have liked. First entry, second entry, right off of the old resistance became support. Hard to say though, because you know, there wouldn't have been much room to this. This is a wild day. Where are we on the daily? All right, so we're all the way pushing through the top Bollinger. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if we close all the way up here today above this and into the Bollinger and have a big day shooting back down tomorrow, potentially. Because I've noticed when this happens, when you're in a range, sometimes that's what it does, is it makes that one last new high, which we'll get here, a new all-time high right now. And then wouldn't be surprised for a big push back down. So like a failed breakout of this range potentially, but it's also not a very healthy range because we've only been up here once, twice, and we've only been down here once, twice. So I don't know, this could still go. I mean, it is a presidential year, so this thing could continue to just keep pushing up for who knows how long, for the rest of the year. 100 Lot says, you accomplished your mission. You won me over to fill out the poll. Yeah. That was my big hope and goal for the day. No, I never even expected to talk about it again. But I'm glad I did. It was good to go over it. Even solidified it in my own mind, like just thinking about those changes. For as mad and upset as we've all been with what's been going on with Apex, like you can't deny that if they put a lot of those good things into place, and hopefully not some of those not so good things, they're still the best company around. And even if you can't DCA, and even if you can't play the orb like we were playing it before, it still makes them the best prop firm. You know, again, once again, above and beyond. Now, if they do away with the promotions, like that's going to hurt them big time, in my opinion. You know, because I'm not buying more accounts for more expensive prices than 80% off. I'll tell you that right now. That would mean that these accounts that I have are all guaranteed to be 80% renewals at worst. And that means I'm either making them PAs or they're just going to be always on renewal, and I'll never get another account again other than the ones I already have. Unless I just finally get mad payouts and become really profitable and don't care how much the accounts are at that point. So we'll see. Yeah, 100 Lot says you and me both. Yeah, seriously, because that's also all part of the incentive of Apex and what makes them the best. So we'll see what they do. I think they have every possibility of coming out of all of this still being the best out of all of them, in my opinion. Just my opinion, but that's where I'm at. I'm still not incentivized to go anywhere else at this point. All right. So I'm just trying to catch up on what's going on with GameStop here. Still holding above 30, which is great. Still looks like a bull flag on the bigger charts. And I think it's got a lot of room to run. So really happy with what I see going on there. Not keeping up with the news on what's happening. If anything else has come out with that situation. Let me see. 100 Lot says, I got many failed 250K evals renewing next month at 34, so I'm good in a good spot. So I'll stick with Apex. I'm out. GME 35 by end of day. Ooh, I would love to see 35 by end of day. That would be amazing. All right, 100 Lot. It's been awesome. I really appreciate you coming by today. It inspired, I think, a really good conversation. And please come by anytime. I really appreciate it. And I haven't seen any videos from you lately, so hopefully you'll do some as well. Because I was enjoying checking you out on the couple that I saw that you had out. So, all right. Yeah, have a good one and good luck. All right, let's see here. Let's see. 100 Lot said, appreciate the support and I always support you, bro. I appreciate that. Yeah, for sure. I want to see you get those payouts, and from what I've seen of you, like I know you can do this even with all the changes and everything. I know you got it. So just keep doing it and just stick by the rules. Don't give them a chance to deny. It's like, even if it's something ridiculous, just try to play within the system, and I know you can. I know you have it in you to trade the way you need to trade to make it happen. So yeah, and I appreciate the support as well. I'm dying for my first payout. I'm just like, I can't. If someone told me that I would have 11 PAs, well, 10, let's call it 10 PAs, and I wouldn't get a payout in my first 10 PAs, I would have never believed anyone that told me that when I started trading on Apex. It would have been completely inconceivable to me. But here I am starting my 11th PA and no payouts. So I got a long way to go to get to my first one. So hopefully I can pull it off, but definitely been making a lot of changes along the way too. So I'm just trying to figure out what the right combination of things is for me to really make it happen here. And yeah, I think I'm on the right path, and I just need to do what I've been doing. And honestly, the reality is I think when I tried to start doing DCA, started putting my whole account at risk on one trade, on each trade, I don't think that was the best thing for me. So for me, it's kind of good timing for Apex to start enforcing the rules, because for me, I was never blowing accounts so fast as when I started doing all that. And I was having better success getting closer to payouts when I wasn't doing that. So for me, it's actually, honestly, in the long run, going to help me, I think, if I'm being honest with myself and with you. All right. So let's see here. So definitely want to see GameStop stay above 30 today. It's been pulling back here a little bit. All right. So I'd love to see one more trade on these accounts, but it's also, I didn't even realize it's already just past 10:15. So 1:15 East Coast. So I am going to wrap it up soon. I am 2-0 today, so it's a pretty good day for me. I'll have to also get out a review video today, so it's another reason for me to finish at my normal time, so I have time to do that before I have to get on with the rest of my day here. All right, so when was my last trade? All the way back here, about 12 Eastern, just after 12 Eastern. Where are we at on the daily? Pulling back at that upper Bollinger. Already made a new high, new all-time high today, I believe. What's the high here? 23.25. Oh, no, it was short. Just short by a little over a point or whatever. And a big sell-off here. All right, let's see. It's also coming up shy of the big measured move I had.
Oh. Wow. What's going on? There's no news. All right. Well, by far the biggest pullback we've seen yet for the day. Wow. Let's see if this level holds. Wow. From the high, 41 points. So interesting first entry. If there's a second entry that forms right here, if it's a good signal bar, might be a good place to do it. That doesn't give me a good warm fuzzy feeling about trying that though. Looks like it's setting up right there. Not the best signal bar. I mean, I'm honestly, just because of the nature of how strong this pushdown is, I'm a little bit wary of taking this, even though I think it's a good trade. Let's see how it goes. If I want to enter late, maybe. It's gone. Yeah. It's in a good spot. It just, you see it push down like that, and it's hard to take a trade there. Wouldn't have reached my profit target yet. That would have been a good trade, I think. Yeah, no, it would have. Yeah. If this finished a little bit stronger, I would have been more confident to take it. Because I liked, obviously, where it was. The old resistance here. So already became support here. And there was a close outside the Bollinger, so that's another, again, it's kind of similar as the one I took here. The close outside of the Bollinger, and it has to go back in and lined up with the second entry. So that's kind of the situations I'm looking for with the Bollinger. So keeping that in mind, it's good, even though I didn't take it, it's good for me to observe this again, because these are the kinds of things I'm looking for using the Bollinger now. A key area, a key level with the second entry, with a situation like this where it has to go back inside. So. right, so let's see what happens here. Could be a higher low situation potentially. But honestly, we had a new high here and then we retested the high here. There's not really reason to think it's going back up there. And this isn't looking like it's going to be a higher low either. So I never did put the measured move on this. All right, so it went beyond the measured move of the range at the highs here. It's kind of a higher low here. Again, not the strongest signal bar. But the thing I want to be careful of is one leg down, two legs down. That's really what I'd be worried about right now. So here we go, higher low. Could be a second entry short to the downside. I want to take a short into the support here. Seems like the higher low is working, right? Just wish this was more of a bullish bar. Same as I was thinking here. I just wanted more of a bullish bar. Take a look at the 5 minute and see what's going on here. Well, the 5 minute, yeah, it just looks like one pullback. 15 minute, same thing. So potential second entry short. We got the higher low already kind of working. Got this support level. All right, GameStop's pushing back up to 30 again. Fell a little bit below. Having a good day overall today. All right, so it seems like that higher low is solid. Just concerned about this looking like one leg down, potentially two legs down, but I don't think that's in play. It's based on the 5 minute. In the 15 minute, you got a first entry, second entry short. That might fail. It still looks like a strong uptrend. So, oh,
Yeah, so really two good opportunities here. Second entry long for me and the higher low. Both good opportunities to trade. If this bar finishes a couple ticks higher, or a little bit higher, I would have been more likely to take that. This is the time where I'm really supposed to be stopping. Maybe what I'll do is trade like another 20 minutes and just turn my PA off and switch the accounts and just trade different accounts. So do that real quick. Let's see. Choose account 49. Turn this back on. So I'll trade 49 through 54 if I get another trade sometime relatively soon here. This is still first entry. At the upper band could be a second entry short. Which could be something like this and like this. In theory. Let's see what happens here. Just trying it. Wasn't a great setup, but let's see. Nope, gonna get caught. This is more just wanting to take the trade to get these accounts traded, but it's going to take a loss here, it looks like.
All right. Not a big deal. That's why I'm supposed to be done trading by now. All right. Maybe I do like the long bow. Try that. I just figure I have to trade these accounts anyways because they're going to renew. And the 90% still going off. So I'm just, yeah, going a little bit ham on these accounts. But this is way, way high. It's probably a bad idea. But I figure it's going all the way up here where we should be retesting the highs again, maybe. Oh, man. I don't like this. This is supposed to stick up there. Now it's probably coming down. All right. Put it up here. Should at least test the high again. Don't do it. Leave me in. Ah. Come on. Let me get there. Oh, there we go. All right. Well, got them back to positive. All right. So let's see. This trade was bad. I did the opposite of what I was thinking for the Bollingers, which is when it closes like this on the upper band. So that was just a bad trade. And then the reversal was good. Trade 4. All right, so stats wise, 3 and 1 for the day. Let's see. Oops, 3 and 1. 75%. All right. So this was just a bad trade. The idea was like, oops. The idea was one leg up, 2 legs up, failing at the upper band and going back down to the bottom. But I was doing it off of a bullish bar that was sticking to the upper band. And that's usually when I'm looking to go along with it. So take note of that for the future. And then, but it was a first entry, second entry short that failed. So that's why I went long here. And it made sense at that point that it should make a new high at that point. I think this was just a really bad trade. This was, I should have waited for this to happen. That would have been a good trade for me. And once we had the new high here, I didn't want to press my luck, so I wanted to make sure I locked that in. So I entered at 1475. So I got 6 points and 7.5 points. Oh, GameStop is now under 29. I haven't been watching that. That bull flag I thought I was seeing isn't quite working out yet. Different kind of day for GameStop than what it's been like usually, because usually it goes up in the overnight and it comes down during the day, like all day. Today was the opposite. It was down in the overnight and up all morning. But, I mean, it's still up overall. Still up 9%, $2.30. So things are still looking good for me. All right, I think it's time to shut it down for the day after the excitement of these two trades. Kind of did what I wanted to accomplish anyways, which was at least get a trade on all these accounts. So hoping that the profit would be bigger. But at least they're all on the board now, so that's something. Yeah, this looks really bad on the 5-minute. I should have been looking at that for counter trend trade. Oh well, live and learn. All right, I'm going to get up here before I make any mistakes I'm going to regret. Thanks for watching, everybody. Appreciate you coming by. Appreciate everyone that's been in the chat. Had a good conversation earlier. Hopefully that was helpful to anyone who ends up watching that. And 3-1 for the day, 75%. One particularly bad trade. In hindsight, kind of don't even really understand why I took it, but that's okay. And 3-1 for the day, 75%, and 242 wins and 65 losses overall. I think I'm around 79%. I'm not going to calculate it, but I should still be at 79%, I believe. And 90% discounts going till June 11 now. So have another 6 days for that. And that's all the same promos as has been One Day Pass and the 250K account promo special and all that stuff. And if you haven't filled out the poll for Apex, as far as filling out for what the rules should be, hope you'll do that. I think it matters for all of us to fill that out best we can. And go GameStop. Hopefully that will get back over 30 here. And all right, that's going to wrap it up for me. Green across the board. And look out for my review video that I'll get out next. All right. Hope you had a good trading day. See you tomorrow.